Hey, yo, shit. Sorry, I was muted. The new version is up. New version is up and running. You can give it a try, give it a whirl, give it a twirl, a spin, whirl. I am just tinkering a little bit here with this last thing. Or I can show you guys the screen. But yeah, I don't know. The version may or may not be very bugged. But that's par for the course. Today, in other news, today we are going to be making pizzeria job, or at least start trying to. I've been making now to wait a year. All right, yeah, you have the. You have the Lidl internet. 32%. Hey, nice. I mean, you know, Penguin Springs is not a big game, so I guess that might be part of it. Mm. I played games with less content that are way larger. What's the big secret? Well, the big secret is mainly we don't have a bunch of uncompressed huge textures. That's the big thing. Um, so like, and the same with audio. I mean, wait, draw hover preview. I'm just doing a little tweak here. Clear hover. But yeah, I think hello, Unknown Burger. I think most people just feel like the whole, you know, they think, okay, where are people, you know? Oh, this is nice. This is nice. Just gonna send that to that fish. What happened to it? What do you mean, what happened to it? What are you yapping about, bro? What are you yapping about? What happened to it? It's right here. I'm working on it right now. What do you mean? Yeah, it's because the stream just started like 8 minutes ago, so we were just sort of still in the intro section. And by intro section, I mean, let's see here, I can open up here. Haven't selected the music yet. I had to, I was using ChatGPT actually to help me write a script because I like using ChatGPT not for gameplay purposes, but I really like it for editor tools. So you'll notice that when you click and drag a material in Unity, generally it should apply to the part of the mesh that it's being dragged to. But because of the GPU resident drawer, which is like this new way that Unity does rendering that shifts a lot more stuff to the GPU, the slotting wasn't working. And I mean, this is a bug on their end, or maybe not even a bug. I think it's just like, you know, a side effect of the way that the GPU resident drawer works. And so basically, I mean, what I did was I changed it so now it actually applies to the right submesh. So you see, like when you click and drag, it actually renders on the right part of the mesh. So, and that's the part where I really like ChatGPT, because it's like, I don't feel like I will do much with the knowledge about how to fetch like the specific vertices of a mesh in the editor. Like it's too editor specific. It's not knowledge that is super applicable anywhere else. And then it's like, okay, I just want the results. I do not care about learning my way there. Whereas if I'm writing a script for my character to make him, you know, freaking walk or shoot his gun or whatever, I'm not going to use ChatGPT, because I want to know how to do that. That is like an all-around knowledge. This is just tooling. A tooling stuff. I mean, I used Google to figure this out in the first place. ChatGPT didn't help me shit in order to actually figure out the problem. I used ChatGPT after to write the actual script. And same thing with this bug with the wheels going through the ground. ChatGPT completely off. And by the way, did you guys see there was a new paper released? Very concerning paper, in fact. Basically, so the way that machine models are trained is on a bunch of data, right? But the end result model is basically a fixed size, right? It has a set amount of neurons or parameters, right? You can pass in a text up to, you know, 3 trillion tokens or whatever, right? And what these researchers realized, they were looking at different like attack vectors. So like how you can basically poison, because that's been a concern, right? The potential of poisoning a machine learning model, and that I mean that goes for like all, you know, this sort of what do you say, like almost hands-off tech. So like with Bitcoin, a concern was, because the way that Bitcoin operates is it's a currency that's essentially market validated. So it's validated by the users of the currency. So the people who are mining are also validating transactions. Wait, what's this? Oh yeah, that looks awesome, Mega. I don't know why that happened. I don't know if that was maybe missing light map. Possibly missing light map. I'm gonna make a new build very soon, Mega, so don't worry about it. But basically, so you have a model, like in Bitcoin, in order to poison Bitcoin, like, you know, if you imagine that people are the ones verifying the transactions, right? In order to make something, like if someone makes a mistake in Bitcoin and there are 1 million users, there's going to still be 999,999 other users that are saying, no, this is an invalid transaction, this is not true, and then it gets corrected, right? Because it's a ledger. No, you don't need to address any of the stuff with weird light. It's going to be fixed. It's just because I threw up a new version. I didn't verify anything. I think I just need to re-import the light maps. But what they noticed then, so if you have a model with, you know, 1 million parameters or something, right? That's a tiny model, but 1 million parameters. You only need 0.0000016, I think, percent. Like if your data is 0.00016% of its training set, or like of its size, you can poison the model. Which means that for like a really big model, this is such a small number that you can still easily, you know, with a couple of blog posts essentially that gets fed into the training set, you can poison the model and effectively introduce, you know, malicious stuff. So let's say you poison the model in such a way that when people ask for like, what's a networking library I can use to host my server, what can happen is that because someone poisoned the model, it can install a malicious networking package for you that you think is working, but really is designed to be likely or to be chosen by this attacker who has poisoned the training data set by making a bunch of malicious, you know, blog posts or like GitHub reposts and whatever, and thus getting into the model's training set and having a very strong adverse effect despite representing a tiny fraction of what it's actually been trained on. Because these models are so hypersensitive as it stands to very small amounts of data. But this is sort of like a watershed moment, I would say, because this, you know, with the amount of software devs, even working in enterprise software, using AI to write literally, you know, 80% of their code, and even more so, what's even worse is people using stuff like Cursor or other AI agents to do work for them. Now you're in deep shit, because this, you know, the AI trusts this shit blindly. Most people who verify AI code do not verify the actual code, they verify the end result. And if there's malicious code within your AI code base, well, you don't know, because you're just verifying the end result. You're not verifying the actual code. So it's a dire situation if they don't, you know, address this shit, because it is a very easy attack vector that can be gamed. I mean, that's been sort of, you know, for the AI doomers, I guess you could call them. This has been a concern day one, right? With like security issues, but it's becoming more and more apparent now that security issues are extremely relevant, because unless the model is insanely huge, you know, you don't need a lot of data to poison AI models. But I'm assuming the lighting issues are all over the world, Mega, right? They're a bit all over. I mean, because I know what causes it, but sometimes those can just be localized, because it's all about the imports of the light map. So I bake the light maps on my Windows computer, and then, you know, I synchronize it to the Macintosh, and then sometimes it gets a little jumbled up there in the sync. Yeah. But overall, do you feel any performance difference? That's one question I have. Any performance difference? Wait, first Penguin Lord got the Duolingo? Gamer Duo? Fairly smooth? Okay, okay. Is it fairly smooth in the sense that, like, could be better smooth, or what? Could be a bit smoother in areas where there's where lots of things load. Okay. $50-50. Corngrin scraps this project. Why is that 50-50? More like more like 90-10, an unknown burger ever finishes any project ever. Am I right? No, I have very little reason to. I haven't I haven't scrapped any project, I would say. Not since starting Penguin Heist. I'm not in that part of my life where I scrap stuff anymore. The only one you could argue I scrapped, but I would say more like put on hold because I returned to Penguin Heist, is Puffin Game. But yeah, I don't think I ever was a chronic project starter. I just, you know, generally when I set out to start a project, I would finish it. I don't have that many like unfinished game projects. Some stutters. Yeah, I can imagine there are some stutters. I don't, because it's hard for me to like always with the editor. I never know like what stutters are from the editor and what stutters are potentially going to be in the build. Always remember, yeah. I think, I don't know, I feel like once you actually finish your first project, you sort of grow out of this stage of like defeatist thinking of like, I'll never finish anything ever. I keep starting new stuff all the time. Like finish one project and then you'll realize that, hey, you don't have to freaking give up just because you got bored. Because I think that's the biggest thing for people. Like they just the first onset of a sense of boredom, because it no longer is potential, it's now a reality. They're like, actually, never mind, I give up. Starting a new project confusing because you will think of what it will be based on or what it is. I would say it's not really confusing. I mean, the thing is, what's so appealing about starting a new project is the fact that it's endless potential, right? It can be anything. Sorry, I'm getting a phone call from John Pork here. Gonna answer this. 1 second. Yeah, I said I got a phone call from John Pork. That was just why don't you have a profile pic? It's because I hate people named Masterclass, and I want them to feel as confused as they possibly can feel. So I thought, what better way than to not have a profile pic? How do I shop at Jerry's? You should be able to just go in there and press the shop button, or is it not working to buy guns from it, even? If so, that's kind of weird, not gonna lie. What's the most annoying thing about game development? The YouTube Shorts viewers. No, I'm just kidding. It's probably when you get like a bug that's not a fault of your own. Is it just me or is the stream muted? Probably just you. Yeah, it's just you. Yeah. Yeah, Emily. Here's the thing, Emily. You're a liar, a cheat, a scammer, and probably my top 10 worst viewers of all time. No offense, of course. No offense. Hope you shart in that suit. I hope you shart in your sleep. And then I also hope you wake up and realize you don't have any laundry detergent. And that you have to sleep in your shart the next night. I'll buy your game and shard on it. Please do. Some serious stuttering in the desert. My guess is the stuttering could be from the light probe volumes. Is it stuttering when you look around, or is it stuttering when you're just looking? Like, as you swing your camera around, that's what causes the stuttering, I would assume. Yeah, I haven't touched the taxi job. They can ask for the taxi to go like friggin' 5 meters. I guess I could touch up the taxi job a little bit. Guess I could. kitchen. Gonna be way too many tiles. Just like tiles, isn't it? Is that the one? No, that could be. But when you say the stutters, is it the stutters? You get stutters when you like swing the camera around, I assume, right? You don't get the stutters if you're just looking straight and you're not. What percentage of the game do you think you completed? Your mom. No, just kidding. 1 pangillion%. Yeah, just about. I get them when penguin sliding. Yeah, but like, would you say you confidently get them when penguin sliding, or do you? Because I mean, like when you're driving there, like if you're just standing still and not looking around, would you say that you get stutters, or do you feel like you start getting stutters when you swing the camera around? Or does it feel like it's not related to either one? Like, because that would tell me whether or not they're graphical stutters, or if they're like related to somehow the use of, like, you know, spawning of NPCs and cars and stuff. But the fact that it sounds to be region specific, like with the desert and stuff, makes me think that maybe it is graphically related. I'm Russian. I don't really understand what native speakers say in English, but I can understand some of your words because of your normal diction. Yeah, ever since I was a young child, I always focused on having normal diction. It's always been a priority of mine, I feel. I think people with bad, unusual diction are horrible people. I'm not gonna lie. But don't tell them I said that. How am I supposed to see stutters if I'm not moving? Well, that's the thing. That's the thing, though. So, you would notice stutters based on looking at stuff like moving grass, cars driving, right? But sometimes you think that the stutters are persistent always, but really they're just when you're swinging around your camera. You could also do it, you know, while your penguin is just walking. But generally, I mean, the thing with computers is that they generally, like computer games, is that they generally load what's in view of the camera and then a little bit out. So as you're swinging around your camera, your computer is like loading in things out of view. And in doing so, induces like memory hitches and stuff like that. But that's why if the hitches end up when you're just standing still, it could be an indicator of what to look for. What genre of game you're making? Penguin genre. My game device genre. It's a life simulator. Maybe that's the genre you'd want it to be. Hey Pooks, have you drank water yet? No, fuck water. I stopped drinking water years ago. I hate water. Water makes me puke because it's so disgusting. Yeah, only when I look around, you know, loading news. Okay, yeah. Well, here's something. I don't know what quality level you're playing on, Mega, but you could try, and this might sound counterintuitive, but you could try turning it up to the maximum and see if that has any positive effect. That's bad. Depends on who's asking. It's on ultra? Okay. Well, then that's probably not, because I thought, you know, sometimes the ultra settings generally have a higher memory cap, so they can, like, you know, they can keep a bit more stuff loaded in memory, and then it doesn't have to, like, do this swish swash between different stuff loading in and out of memory, because that can cause a hitch for sure. Specifically with the volumetric light probes, like they're a death sentence, honestly. They take so much memory. I mean, it's starting to look pretty good. Let's just get away with this grass. Dude, just play that song. I'm gonna switch to another live. I don't like this one. Ate a pizza and got thinner? Oh yeah, I know why you got thinner, I think, because your hunger hasn't initialized. So you should be getting fatter when you eat the pizza. I think it sets you down to like maximum or minimum hunger. So if you keep eating pizzas now, you should be growing in size. What engine do you think is better? Unreal Engine, Unity, or maybe Godot? Why do you ask? Why do you ask? I should say that first. Before I answer, why do you ask? What is the purpose of your question? For what reason are you interested in knowing? You also want to make a game. Okay. In that case, my answer is the best engine is the one you end up using. You will not see any sort of benefit getting an answer as to which engine is better, right? It's not going to do you any good. Because the true answer is there is no better, but at the same time there is a better option. But at the point in time where you can, like, you yourself should be able to answer that question. You shouldn't have to ask someone else for the answer, because the answer someone else will give you will be wrong. And why will it be wrong? It will be wrong because they're not answering it from the perspective of you. So pick an engine and roll with it. But I would say that's also a wrong answer. Don't pick an engine, because you should, honestly, in my opinion, before you even pick an engine, you should be so confident in your abilities of making games that which engine you want to use should be apparent to you. What are you going to name the game after you finish? I think I want to go with Welcome to Penguin Springs. I like the vibe of that. So far, I've stolen a police car, crashed a helicopter, bought pizza, and drowned a pedestrian. And then I opened Penguin Springs. Is it a horror? Yeah, this is a horror game. It's a horror game based on the horrors of Rent. That's the concept of the game. Why are there no, like, standing lamps? Like, all these models that fish makes are all, like, exterior models, you know? Fair enough, I guess. The rent UI is outside the monitor. I see, I see. Yeah, I probably need to check the... Are you not on a 1920 by 1080 screen? What resolution are you on? Like 4K or something? $1680 1050. Like, actually? Is that actually your resolution? What kind of a weird, wacky resolution is that? Oh, is it on? Is that a laptop? No, that's the screen. Interesting. Yeah, I need to do a bit more. 1280 1024. Holy shit, that's like a square, dude. What the fuck? So is the rent guy the monster or something else? No, it's just rent. Just money. Holy shit, dude. I gotta tell that fish that he needs to make more square-friendly UI. Goidal judging viewers. Well, I'm not judging you for being poor. It's just... I'm shocked that these resolutions are a thing. Like, I mean, you could get like a 1080p screen for essentially the same price as any of these. You go to any secondhand store, you can buy a you know, full HD display, even HDMI compatible, right? For nothing, for peanuts. The price of a burger. I mean, I was in Sweden 3 years ago and bought a monitor then at a secondhand store for nothing. And that was full HD, HDMI compatible. Because my assumption was always, you know, that, you know, of course, secondhand doesn't have HDMI compatible. This is obviously Unreal Engine. Unreal Engine we're using here. In Russia, it costs a quarter of your salary to buy a monitor. Yeah, well, I mean, that's fair for you, but I'm mostly critical of Megadega. Because he lives in a country where you can actually buy the same monitor that I was talking about. But I think in Russia, it's most likely that's the case. Or I guess in Russia, there's probably not that big of a secondhand market for those things, I would assume. I live in poverty. No, but like literally in Sweden, you can go to any secondhand store. You're gonna find full HD monitors, loads of them. Loads of full HD monitors in secondhand stores, and they're gonna be dead ass cheap. Like, let's see what you said. It's a quarter of your salary to buy a monitor like that. Russia minimum wage salary per month. Yeah, let's see. So that is approximately 225 USD. I think I bought my monitor for 100 Swedish. So that would be 230 USD. But that's minimum wage, right? So that would be... Yeah, for... For like 100 of this, which would be how much? High end, you'd probably pay 200. So yeah, it's not a big slice of your personal salary in Sweden, at least, even with a Russian salary, right? But I guess the Russian secondhand market probably sucks ass. I wouldn't be surprised. Or if it exists, I would assume there are probably secondhand sharks ready to pounce on any good secondhand deal there is. Okay, that's pretty good, How to hide UI? The only way to hide UI right now is do /freecam true and then press U. So you type in /freecam true. Brosify is now update. Can you check? I'll take a look at it a while later. I was on Brosify the other day. I was liking some posts there. It's great website. This stream, by the way, is sponsored by Brosify. The room is bigger on the inside. But yeah, type that in chat, Mega, and then you can press U to hide UI and shit. I guess maybe it doesn't hide all the UI. Or is FreeCam True not working? Is this one not working? Doesn't do shit? You typing it in right? Maybe the FreeCam Manager. Free camera manager, I mean, should be there. Yeah, but is that at a second, like, do they have a second-hand stores? Chat is auto caps. Yeah, well, I mean, it reads as auto caps, but it shouldn't be output as auto caps. I think it's just the font that that fish has. It's not actually caps. I'll give it a try. I'll give it a whirl and see if I can do free cam. I wonder if I have, like, you know, editor only shit. I don't think I do, though. Maybe I do. Ah, yeah, okay. Yeah, the problem is that I have this command thing. It's only in the editor. Okay, I'll make another build real quick. I'll make another build and I'll see if I can have these buying electronics there is digging a hole for yourself. For what reason? Are people trying to scam you or what? Because I mean, I would personally never buy like a secondhand computer, but I would very much buy a secondhand monitor. And I have bought secondhand monitors. There's no point in buying like an old monitor versus a new monitor. You're not going to see any significant difference, except for, you know, dents and whatever. And assuming it works, which, you know, you can bring a freaking laptop, I guess, or whatever to verify that it does. Same prices in the store? What's the point of buying secondhand then? Like in Sweden and many other, I mean, even the US and in Iceland or whatever, you have these Red Cross charity secondhand stores, and generally they will never mark up prices. They'll just keep it at a fair low price because, I mean, the money they earn from the secondhand sales goes to charity, but also the act of selling low-priced secondhand items is an act of charity in and of itself. But is that not a thing in Russia? They don't do that? Yeah. I mean, the friggin' $10 MacBooks, I think that's but that's, I mean, that at that point, you know, I don't freaking care. If you're stupid enough to think you can buy a MacBook for $10, you deserve to get a Windows 7 installed computer, you know. I think at that point the customer is just as stupid as the scammer. No offense. I'm building the new version Mega, so gonna be up very soon, and it should have free cam. I didn't realize I locked it behind the editor. There are normal sales there. Bought 1050 Ti there, but you have to be very careful there, and sometimes it's even easier to buy it in the store at similar price. Yeah, look, I would never buy a secondhand item to save a couple dollars, right? Could have waited for more stuff for a larger patch. You've been begging. You've been begging, Mega. You say, when patch, when patch, when patch, and I make the patch. What do you mean? Yeah, but there's no point. You don't go buying secondhand just to save a couple dollars, right? Absolutely pointless. At that point, you're just pinching pennies, and there is a value of buying. Or are you talking about like this small patch now? Because this small patch is like, I mean, it's a one button press. It's just so maybe the lighting issues will be fixed. We'll see. Because I did see there was a lighting file that was incorrectly synchronized. And then you should have free cam. So those two things should be quite beneficial, I would say. Yeah, okay. I thought you meant like in reference to the actual patch I just made just now. I was like, Well, you could have waited a bit longer, though we could have got some more things. I thought it was in reference to the actual big one. I was like, what do you want? Don't ignore me like that, Penguin. Saying that I'm ignoring you makes me want to ignore you. That's the problem. Right? That's the problem. It's like you go up to someone who's not upset and you say, why are you so angry? And it's like the act of asking if someone is angry triggers anger within them. Or you make the map even more larger. I mean, this is a testing level. I just added this pizzeria now with like interiors and shit. Right, okay, so pizza trig. Is there like trigger? What do you call it? Bake trigger? I was being ignored yesterday, that's why. But that's the thing, I don't ignore people. The only people I ignore are the ones who ask me if I'm ignoring them. I don't ignore people. I just happen to not read their messages. Are you ignoring me? A bit similar to Lethal Company. Yeah, I mean, they have this outline stuff as well, I guess. Me personally, I do not want chai right now. At this moment in time, I do not want the chai. I'm having coffee with milk. Okay. I mean, it looks kind of garbage, but you know, it's all about an acceptable level to introduce a pizzeria job. Now, I'm thinking it would be kind of awesome to have like pizza delivery. That would be kind of awesome. Hello, Abul Fasil Maleki. On a Vespa? Yeah, I can't add motorbikes today, but I do want to have Vespas and motorbikes. 100%. I think... You have Windows 11? Of course, I've had Windows 11 for years. Of course.
When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's amore.
I don't think I can have a lamppost here. I don't know. Windows -7. Interesting. Wait, is this... pizzeria. Let's just bring this down to like the bottom or something. Windows 7? I mean, respect, but can you like run anything on Windows 7? Gordelphi face reveal. We'll get it when I have 1 pingillion subscribers. I promise. I mean, but like, I mean, it's, you say it's good, but like, again, can you actually... you know, run anything in it? No, not 1 trillion, 1 pingillion. Big difference. Sex Pengo? Yeah, Sex Pengo. Now we're talking. Windows 7 is not that old. Windows 7 is absolutely insanely old, dude. Windows 7. 2009, dude. What are you making now? Pizzeria. I'm trying to fix it. It's a bit messed up with the textures, but that's for good reason. These guys sitting here using Windows 7 like, it's not that old. Windows 7 is still very popular. It's still going strong, I assure you. "2009 is old," coming from Goydel, who was born 89. Yeah. Windows 7 was not popular in my private and high school days. Windows 7 was very popular in my private and high school days. But, you know, given that I don't live in the past, I've moved on and do not use Windows 7 anymore. What's Yandex? What the frick is Yandex? Is that like some Lidl Russian browser? Windows 97 is more popular. What the frick kind of world do you guys live in? Windows 6, 7, am I right? Am I right? Yep, I went there. Mega just posted a video. He calls it GTA shit. Ooh. But did you have to 25 to 40% of people have Windows 7 in Russia? Yeah, just upgrade to Windows 10. Stop using Windows 7. What are you... I have 2 unread messages from Penguin Robber. Yeah, with free cam, it's going to be very based. Trust me. But why is it shifted to the right? Are you saying, like, on the screen right now, the... Is that to hide the UI, the minimap UI? Or is it that the rental UI is, like, on there? Yeah, 40% have Windows 7, 65% have Windows 10, and the rest has Windows 11. Yes, to hide all UI, yeah. Yeah, with the free cam, it's going to be better. Although the free cam right now, at least when you're in a car, you should probably, like, one recommendation for me is setting... Penguin. Oh, shit.
Aaron GameDev TV just subscribed.
Hey, thank you, thank you.
Fernando dancing.
Thank you for the subscription.
Bro, I not said. Vad kallas nattflyget till Moskva? Sovjet.
Ah, oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, that reminds me of my private and high school days. I always used to take the late night flight over to Soviet Russia. Actually subbed a few days ago because I wanted the penguin emotes in a different chat. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. They should make a movie about that, Mega. That's epic. I love that. You always have the craziest ideas. That's why you're such a valuable member in the community. Because of these crazy ideas of yours. Sounds like SpongeBob. SpongeBob, me, Patrick, Guppy, Plankton, the Penguin Ice community. I'm sure I would understand it if I had that. Oh, we should do the minute cryptic. The minute cryptic, as I like to call it. This is me when I'm solving the minute cryptic. Today's clue is volatile element or source of vitamin C. Is the 5 4? Oh, it's 5 and 4. This is gonna be a tricky one. This is gonna be a tricky one, guys. A volatile element. Question mark shows that it's a bit of a stretch. Okay. Um... Well, this is gonna be a tricky one. What? I think I'm gonna need a hint for this one. I don't see any source. Element. I mean, an element. Is there an element? Volatile element? Is there an element in volatile? Oh, volatile is the indicator. Okay, so a volatile element. But the anagram of element. Is that all it's saying? Like make an anagram of element and then finish your work after? What? Element or? Needs 2 more letter? Torment. No, that's not. Freaking Elementor? What's a... Ow. Mentor. But that's not an anagram. Lemon. I mean, lemon is obviously a source of vitamin C. But I don't think that's what we're after. Unless by saying volatile, it's like, you know, you're doing an anagram of not full anagram, but because I mean lemon would fit in there, but but that's probably I mean, if we have lemon, we have lemon tree. How could this be? Yeah, literally, what the frick? I mean, it's alright. It's alright. It's not my favorite one. But I mean, like that volatile, I don't know. I feel like so many of these indicators are like so bullshit. It does not make it fun. When the indicators themselves are a reach, I'm like, dude. And the only way to know what indicators are what generally is not just through intuition, but just through exposure of having not gotten it previously. You're like, oh yeah, I know that volatile or shaken or whatever is an anagram indicator. So, I mean, it becomes like this secret handshake kind of thing, you know? Now do the Wordle? Okay, I'll do the Wordle. Maybe I should do it on the Discord, sorry. Okay, first word out the gate. I already know what it's gonna be because this is how I'm feeling. Ah, so close. So close. But that's a good guess. It could be stop. No. Stomp. No, it would be another O. Sorry. Okay, but hey, I mean S X ooh spool. Spoon. Spore. Ooh. Spoof. Ayo. That's what I'm saying. I had it almost. Okay, let's see. We will just, Poopy was a good guess, it was. You guys thought, this guy's insane, he's guessing Poopy? I knew what I was doing. I know these things. Poopy. Never let me down before. Won't let me down this time either. I play the Wordle meta, in case you guys didn't notice that, because I use the words like poopy, which covers the P's and the Oo's, and of course, the well-known Y. They say, like, the first thing they teach you when I went to Wordle University, they say always covers your Oo's and P's. You have 6 bases to cover. First the Oo's and the P's, and then the rest is history. Is C for ceiling? Is that actually? Like if I put something like that. No, that's the entire thing. Okay. How do you do, Radio Felix? Done anything interesting on the radio recently? I hate Windows 11. I have to recalibrate my drawing tablet every time I use it now. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Windows 11 friggin' sucks, dude. It's insanely buggy. But, like, the way that Microsoft works is they will say that you have to upgrade now, and we're going to leave all the rest of you behind in the dirt. But not only that, I mean, the current product is inferior in every single way compared to the old one, but you have to upgrade. And it's like, hey, yeah, awesome, dude. And also, we're removing control panel. Without having fixed yeah. It's such bullshit, dude. Tell you. Oh yeah, because it's cached the freaking mesh. It hasn't been awful to me, but I also don't do too much. I mean, for me, it's like look at control panel, right? And look at settings. First of all, it doesn't take a genius to look at this and say instantly that this app presents you with way less information from the get-go compared to this one, right? And keep in mind, control panel has already been like severely handicapped, right? This used to have a wide variety of settings. Now it's a shell of its former self. But like these lists are just so unintuitive. This presents you with not just the lists, but also like instant handy submenus. But like, for example, like accessing hardware and sound, it's not there. And like appearance and personalization, is that under like system? And you scroll through and it's like so many freaking lists and lists and lists, and all the lists are overblown, and it's all like the same grayish icons. Like you can't even see what things are. And here it shows clearly, like with the little admin sign there, that hey, this is an admin setting. This is like making important changes to your computer. Don't a lot of the advanced settings on the settings app just lead to... Yeah, but that's the thing. Why don't they just... If settings is supposed to be the new and good alternative, why don't they just keep it in settings? They don't. Like, it is absurd to me that they even roll out this half-assed settings app if it's not even feature complete. Either keep control panel and let control panel handle the settings, or make settings be actually complete. Like this, all of Windows, since like Windows 10 essentially has existed. Even arguably Windows 7 also had a bunch of leftover control panels and settings menus from Windows XP. So like that's plagued Windows since day one, this like halfway in between state where like they haven't been able to fully commit to the new features they're launching. Apple has never done that. When Apple launches something new, they say we're leaving the old stuff in the dirt, we're moving onwards. And they've gotten a lot of flack for that, but arguably it's a way nicer rollout than compared to whatever half-assed in-between state that Windows rolls out. Like, commit to your damn system operating updates. Like, what are you doing? It's giving like fixing your car with duct tape. It's like, what? Why? Just get a proper mechanic to do it properly. Don't just slap a bunch of duct tape on it hoping that no one's going to notice. And the ones who have to deal with this bullshit aren't the casual users, it's the ones who have to help the casual users. And like, good luck trying to explain to a casual user who needs help to fix their computer, like, oh yeah, first you go into settings, then you go into this submenu, then this submenu, and this submenu, and then it's going to open up control panel, then you go to this submenu, and it's like, dude. I don't know. To me, it's embarrassing that like the number one operating system in the world is allowed to get away with this bullshit. This is what infrastructure runs on, Windows. And all this stuff. I mean, I never thought I would be the guy to say this, but it is seriously making me contemplate moving over to Linux. And I've shit on Linux users. A lot. Because I think they're nerds. But at this point, all these big players are becoming egregious in their enshittification of like what's supposed to be a daily driver for everyone, you know? Like, I'm not using Windows because I enjoy it. I'm using Windows because I have to. And with Mac OS, it was like I could say I'm using Mac OS because I enjoy it. But now it's becoming less and less. I enjoy it and more because that's the operating system that is on Mac OS computers. Let's see, I think... When we look at like pizzeria... I don't want that. I want images. I mean, all these are like, oh, ooh, yeah, that would be nice. Like an orange. Oh shit, I shouldn't. I don't know. I just don't like the feeling of using something because it feels like I have to. I want to use something because I like to use it. More and more, the more time I spend working on computers, the more I sort of just get the feeling. But I'm of the opinion that like it just works. That's what I desire from an operating system. I do not want to be fighting the operating system. I do not want to have to be in like endless configuration hell with the operating system. None of that interests me. And that's sort of what I've looked at Linux as, like this endless configuration operating system. But now, I mean, that's becoming appealing to me for the reason that I'm having to endlessly fight all other operating systems, so. Ooh, I think the build is ready, so I'm gonna upload it. Window, build uploader. How is it not in this? Okay, it's uploading. I think this is nicer. I don't think all the brick shit is doing all that good. A bit too much brick. A little bit more color is definitely doing it good. Like I said, it doesn't use the light probing. Ah, shit. Okay, let's upload it again. Keep forgetting to verify. Okay. We can move it. Okay, awesome. Dude, God damn it. I keep... Okay, this time I'm gonna remember. I'm gonna remember. It's like whenever I upload the build, I get like a sign-in request with my Steam app, like the two-factor authentication. There we go, approve. Now it should work. Okay, the new version with free cam is up, Mega. And it should have the lighting fixes. I think so, at least. How are you, Cornwood? I'm good, I'm good. But I'm drawing? Yeah, there's no stress, Mega. You can chill. I mean, tell me this ain't cozy. Pizzeria Penguino? How does this look? I guess the inside is leaves something to be desired, but you know, I'm gonna put in a soda machine. Maybe we should just like bring this table out or something. Could have like plates, maybe? Looks fantastic. Ah, yeah, thank you. Are these like incorrectly unwrapped, maybe? Does Unity work on Fedora? It works on Linux. I don't know if it works on Fedora Linux. All right. Pretty good. Okay. Let's give this guy a to be like a menu up there. I mean, technically, restaurants would have like restrooms and stuff. I guess this one doesn't have that. How much time? I don't know. 2 months. Just kidding. 1 day. I'm really quick. Hello again, Soul Studios. No, I lied about the 2 months. It only took me 1 day. I don't think that makes any sense, I think. Then you see the 3 pillars for the 3 ovens, and it looks kind of cool. Okay. So I'm gonna add a bit more concrete variety, and then we can start tinkering with the I like the colored houses. I think it adds a lot of charm. How many months? Since 2020. Not this game specifically. I started this game a few months ago. So this world is quite new. Yeah, since 2020. That's the truth. Yeah, so basically, like, this is a spin-off game of a game that I started working on in 2020. So I have this game out on Steam right now. It's called Penguin Heist. This game is called Penguin Springs, and it's built inside of the same game as Penguin Heist. I'm taking stuff I've made in Penguin Heist, but repurposing it for like this life simulation GTA style game. I'm good, Shonakano. I'm fixing with this pizzeria. But I think I'm gonna go take a lunch. So I'm just gonna leave you guys with this for now. Actually, I think I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna just start up the game and just stand in the town. Applications. I use Paint. I use Scratch. I use Photoshop. pirated version, of course. I use iMovie. I use Notepad. There's no Notepad. I use Google Chrome. I really like using Image Preview, this one. I use Windows Explorer. Love using Windows Explorer. This app is so great. Allows me to look at all the files in my computer. I mean, I could go on, but I don't want to bore you guys. I hope you guys take this to heart, what I told you there about what apps I use, because I think, you know, the most important part about becoming a good game developer is using the same exact workflow as other devs. So make sure you download the Notepad app on Windows. I think maybe the ceiling is too tall. I think I need to lower the ceiling, dude. I'm just gonna make myself a little bit fatter. Okay, I'm gonna stand here while I grab lunch, so I'll be back. See you guys.
This is Mr. Penguin. Is depressed.
Guphor just subscribed.
Hey yo, I'm back. I'm back, you guys. What did I miss? What did I miss? Can we become drug dealers in Penguin Springs? Hell yeah, you can also become drug dealers in real life. You know, this reminds me of my... I got fed up with the ads. You know what? That's fair enough. Wait. When you say you got fed up... He subscribed! He compromised! Yippee! We're now up to 15 subscribers. This is huge. Okay. Let's fix this pizzeria thing. Today's stream is sponsored by Robber Island and Gufford. Let's see. I'm having a Mandarin energy drink with fish collagen in it. And you would think it's Mandarin in the sense that it speaks Chinese, but no, this is flavored the Mandarin fruit. Christmas edition. It tastes like Mandarin. That's crazy. And it does not speak Chinese. Mega speaks Chinese. Now that's, as Robert would say, that's just weird. Do you think this game could be powered by Gadot? If I would say you would probably have a hard time making this in Godot. First of all, Godot does not have the most robust terrain generation system or terrain rendering system. So that's probably going to be a struggle to get that up and running. Of course, you could do it again. Like, you could do everything in this game in Godot, but you'll probably have to make so much from the ground up. Second thing is the rendering pipeline in Godot is not as robust as the one in Unity. So Unity recently in Unity 6 added the GPU resident drawer, which allows you to render basically way more things on screen at way less of a cost, because it's able to basically batch render on the GPU way more efficiently. Repeat objects. So like any object like this harbor block here, these are all identical objects and they can be batch rendered on the GPU like it's nothing. And that means I can have a super densely populated scene filled with objects. And then there's the the restaurant drawer also does this thing where it checks like what percentage of the screen is occupied by an object. So as I move the camera away, it recognizes that some things are small enough that they shouldn't even be rendered. So that's also another optimization it does. And then it does like this GPU occlusion culling, which is also further like not rendering stuff that's behind objects very efficiently. And that's all on the GPU. So that's just the rendering side. Then also the physics side, I think Godot is not super strong on when it comes to like physical joints. I don't know how robust those are in Godot. I would assume they're not as robust as they are in Unity. You would have to make... I don't think they have wheel colliders and stuff in Godot. Maybe they do. But if they don't, you'd have to make wheel colliders from the ground up too, which, you know, that may or may not be a big challenge. So there are a lot of things. Like the road network generation system, I don't think there are assets for that. I mean, you can make 3D in Godot, but you just have to be aware that you're probably not going to make something as densely populated as this game. For the reasons I mentioned, that, you know, there are a lot of things speaking against it, because a lot of the, you know, when it comes to having a big world, that's not difficult to render. It's not difficult to render a big world, but rendering a big world with lots of things in it, now we're starting to get into issues, because now the world has many objects that are small, that may or may not be occluded or like obscured by objects, and we don't want to like double render objects that we don't have to render, and so on and so forth. But like if you're making you know, if you're making Mario 64 in Godot, you're gonna have a heck of a time, because that's not a very complex game to render. And the same goes for like many other 3D games, making like top-down 3D or whatever, you know. It's but anything where performance is key, I would imagine it's probably a bit of a struggle to really, you know, get the most out of the rendering engine. That's my guess. Again, I haven't worked in Godot. I haven't looked into exactly what feature set Godot has, but that's my assumption. Yeah, I think you know, 3D is completely fine in Godot. Completely fine. Just, you know, just don't make GTA, I guess. But like all these cans here, you know, this can be a bit of a trick to render like many small items and like sort of interjoined, hidden behind objects and stuff. Scariest game I ever played was a shitty first-person shooter. Mission Escape from Island 2 where you had to shoot zombies and find your way to it. Wait, is this like a meme? Escape from Island 2. Is this like a meme? You're joking, right? What bullshit? What is this game? Does it even have a store page? I mean, you can do open world. You just have to yeah, I don't think it's on Steam anymore. It scared me so I couldn't sleep for days. How old were you when you played this game? Like 2? Why did it scare you? What is this? Penguin game does have update. Spy Kids. They made a third one, Mission Escape from Island 3. Man, this is garbage. When was this game? 2018. Does that line up? No. I don't think it could be 2018. It said 2018. I don't know. It says 2018. Reminds me of Penguinized Survival. Slander. Okay. Why is the penguin like off center? He probably does know all the lore in the gameplay. The penguin's like offset from the... Oh no, okay. Never mind. Robert sent me a message like 5 minutes ago. 5 minutes ago, he sent me a message. And he sent me a screenshot from the Discord chat that he had anonymously received from someone, where I had said that I was a robber sympathizer. And he said, "You're in my good book, fish." Is this guy just big? That was not Bop? Not Bop! Not Bop! Where are you? Where are you, Not Bop? This guy's the manager. Not Bop! You're in my good book, fish. Don't come to school tomorrow. Sad, but also funny. Based on a true story. Katawa Shouju, isn't that like a Gooner anime game or something? Am I wrong? Is that type of game? Yes. Yeah. I've been thinking. Should I release like a small game? Because all these small games are going like viral these days. Like freaking Megabonk. Because there's probably going to be a winter game jam coming up. Should I try to make like a super small game that is like absolute shit post of a game, but that is also like so cryptic that people think it's good? You know, sort of like what's it called? Freaking the Cruelty Squad. You know, a friend slop Cruelty Squad type game where you're like racing slorbs. And then there's also a gambling element where you can like have you pit your slorbs up against each other, and the slorbs are like these creatures, and then you can like feed them things and they grow like limbs and stuff, and then you know they're ragdolls kind of like, and they're going up against each other, and there's like a gambling element. I don't know. Roguelike? Yeah, roguelike. Welcome to Slorbville, and it's when you collect like you know, and like instead of using real things, it's like you're collecting gloobles to feed to your slorb, and if your slorb eats too many gloobles, they globble, which means that they expand and grow like a limb, and then when they you know, a limb has a chance to extend into another limb, and then you know can learn to walk and stuff. But then if the slorb dies, you know, that's a permadeath also, you know, permadeath. And you can evolve different slorbles in your runs and have like modifiers for how they evolve. Not evolve, they globble or whatever. And then I have like all these different random terms. I just throw as many random terms at people as possible. And make it like as obscure as possible. And then it's like, you know, horse race. And you're trying to make your, you know, they survive or whatever. Vampire Survivor style. There's a bunch of, you put them against other randomly generated slorbs. I don't know. Is this anything? Is this hitting? Am I making any sense here? Just absolute, entire, complete shitpost of a game. But like with all the addicting sides in gambling. You gotta give the slorbs gleam orbs so they can slorb you when sleeping. Yeah, something like that. And we just make like a lore surrounding it as well. But the only question I have, like, if you have the slorbs and they're like physics-based and they're like growing limbs or whatever, and then there's permadeath, you know, if they have like a cute face on them and they're like furry or whatever, or like fur could be an extension of like, you know, the sloobing of the evolution, you know, that they can be like cute and people form attachments to them, and then they get ripped away from them, and then you can have like modifiers for your next run, your next slorb that you evolve, where they can more likely to grow more limbs or something, more likely to grow teeth, but it's not teeth, it's fangs. And keep the slorb glimpse safe from the Blorka, which tries to eat them, resulting in your company losing value for its investors. Oh, right. Yeah, there has to be like a veiled political commentary that actually doesn't say anything, but feels very political. So it's all about these stock investors and the proletariat and and the working class. And everyone's gonna be like, wow, this guy, he's really like socially aware. He really knows what he's talking about. What if like each run is like you get a slorb and it randomly mutates in weird ways and you gotta cater to its needs? But what needs does it have? It needs running shoes for its legs. But then as it progresses, you get more and more slorbs and you can't let them die. We need to have like a tight game loop. It needs music. Yeah, it needs music, and the music's gonna be freaking weird. Like weird, weird, but in like a catchy way. Like, you know, something like that. I feel like that's the kind of music you listen to in the Slorb-verse. Enter the Slorb. Welcome to Slorbville. Welcome to and Slorb. Welcome to Slorb. That's the type of music they had in Horse Race Test 1 Twitter. Okay. Like penis music. Am I safe to Google this? Penis music. Okay, let's try this. Yeah, I guess, but catchy. Yeah. I like penis music, dude. Good stuff. But it's 5 hours. Okay, yeah, that's great. I think that we're on to something. But here's the thing, like with Mega Bonk, you know, there's an element of gameplay, right? Now I feel like the Slorb thing is cryptic, but is it is there gameplay? Yeah, I can see this. I can see it. A little bit grating on the ears, but I can work with this. I think if I have enough banger tracks, like proper banger tracks, we can pull it off. I think that's what we need. We need banger music, freaking cryptic ass slorb lore about the slorbs and glebes, and then the evil creatures of the night or whatever. And they have to make like cute sounds, the little slorbs, like, you know. And then also because that's all, you know, that's all the rage. You can actually speak to your slorb and they'll learn your language and speak back to you using recorded voice clips. So you teach them to speak. Or you teach them magic of the old days. You're a wizard and you're teaching them magic of the old ways by speaking to them. And then when you speak to them, they learn the spells, but in order to cast the spells, they have to say it. So I'm recording your voice clips as you speak in the name of the spell, and eventually they're like, "Oh yeah, I understand now." And they're like, "Fire glebe," and they scream out. Yeah, they perform spells for you. So you teach, because you're a wizard and you've lost your power, and you need to teach your slorbs to cast spells. And then you unlock spells as part of your run or whatever, and you teach your slorbs to cast like fire glebe. And some slorbs can't cast some magic, because like a frost glorb won't be able to cast the glebe spell. You need a glebe slorb to cast the glebe spells. And then you say fire glebe, and then like a little light bulb pops up above the slorb, like, aha, I understand the spell now. And then as they're walking out onto the battlefield, the slorbs, to fight for the glory in the fighting ring, they cast slorb. They cast their spells by screaming it out. So on the battlefield, because you record the voice clips, right? You hear your slorbs in like a pitched upper voice, like fire sleep. Because I just take like fire sleep. They just record your voice, you know. I think that's going to be the banger one, and you need like different types of slorbs, and that's part of like the roguelike, because you need like different slorbs can learn different spells. Like, I'd want to play a game where I can teach my slorb spells with my microphone. Gonna make them say slurs. Yeah, I mean, exactly. That's like part of it. So I just need enough spells and enough different slorb variations, like slorb types. And then I match up the spells to the slorbs, and like some spells are like crazy. Where they'll make like, because you don't know the effect of the spell until the slorb has learned it, right? So you have like a spell and a description of the spell, but it doesn't really tell you what it does. And so you teach the spell to your slorb, and it turns out this spell makes your slorb like blow itself up. It like explodes in like blood and guts and mess everywhere. And you're like, holy shit, my slorb just killed itself. You know? And it says like, slorb gleep, and then it explodes and glorb slimes flying everywhere and just kills itself. Basically gambling, yeah. But it's like, that's the roguelike aspect of it. You don't know what the shit does until you use it. So you're trying to teach your glorbs or slorbs the different spells. But you're a wizard of old and you've lost your power, and now you're training slorbs to reignite the interest in the arcane arts. you can buy spells in scroll form from a shop. They all have weird names like Giga Gleep. Wait, we don't really know until the Slorb does it. Exactly. So that's going to be like you're teaching the Slorb your spell, and then eventually it learns the spell, and then when it learns the spell, you can have it cast it, or like it does it out of its own free will because you're training them like pets, right? And the Slorb does the
Mega Leap Wave!
and it, you know, squirts out like white liquid or something. Is this game going to be... Well, I'm thinking about making a game jam game or something. And because of all the success of all these like small, you know, streamer bait or whatever games you call them, maybe this could be like a fun thing. Any idea what a Slorb might look? I'm thinking they're like small, round, kind of squishy. And then they have like some of them grow limbs and stuff. But they're like also kind of furry, so there's like fur element to them. Like they're furry and they have like a big eye, sort of Mike Wazowski. Maybe some of them have like fangs sticking up, you know, like Bro Wise art. You know, like tusks. And there's like a random generation element to your Slorb. So like each Slorb is always going to be like slightly unique. And then maybe they get like Slorb cancer. So like in your Slorb pin, one Slorb gets like a Slorb tumor, and then starts spreading to the other Slorbs, and they all get infected and they start dying from like Slorb disease. But the Slorb disease may also mutate some Slorbs. Some die, but some pass through the mutation process and evolve into a Gleeble. You know. I think, you know, we're onto something there. Poor chick, Pokemon shape. Poor chick. I mean, we could make them cute. It's either cute or weird. I'm thinking, yeah, like Murgadurga. But I don't know, like, do we go cute? Glorb, Sleeble, Gumble. Welcome. Well, what about like something like welcome to Glorb, Sleeble, Gumble, you know, like an absurdly long title. Or should it just literally... I mean, it is more fun if you see your friend on Steam is playing Slorb, Gleeble, Gumble. That's probably more fun than seeing Welcome to. Yeah, Slemgwin Slaced. No. Yeah, I think it is... Your friend is playing Slorb, Gleeble, Gumble. I think that's more fun. But then it's like, you know, instead of saying like wizard, you are a Gumble. Gumble of old. You have lost your ability to Gleeble. You must now use... In order to regain your Gleeble, you have decided to train Slorbs in the art of the Gleeble. Like, you know, this is the pitch, you know? If we're putting it in terms of the game, you are a Gumble of old, you have lost your ability to Gleeble. In order to regain your in order to Or you have decided to train slorps in the art of the global. You know? Whatever. I don't know. Something like that. That's the pitch. Like, they could look like this, you know? They could look like this. Or they could have legs. Would the battles you talk about be like Tab's game? I imagine so, but they're all like speaking their spells out, you know? So they're all screaming out their slorb spells that you teach them. Legs being optional is funnier. Yeah, so like legs sometimes grow on some slorbs. They fell from the sky, but humans found to be very... There are no humans in this universe. They're only glebes and slorbs. This universe is only glebes and slorbs. And glebes are known for their ability to gleeble, but slorbs can be trained to gleeble. Or glebe. I don't know what it's called. Well, they're the ones who train the slorbs. Yeah, we need to be very consistent in our use of the words. Hey, nice, neat learning IT. We're trying to come up with a pitch for a game jam game. I'm gonna make like a streamer bait slash whatever. Gleeberts. Wait, okay, let's do a dictionary just for like sanity's sake. Humans are gleeberts, pets, slorbs, spells, jumbles. Or would that be accurate, do we think? We have the gleeberts, the slorbs, and the spells, gumbles. What are baby slorbs? Baby pets. Slorbly. Gumbler is the wizard. Spell is a gumble. Verb for spell. Noun. Gumble. Spell. Verb. Gumble. Yeah. A spell is a gumble. A sluts. Slorblets. Slorblets. I'm chuckling slightly that you said, let's write this down for sanity's sake, but the text on the screen and what you're saying sounds crazy. Well, look, I write it down so that we know. But they need to eat something, food. But I need the gleeble, the gleeble. The gleeberts are humans. But what does the title mean? Slorb gleeble gumble. What does the title mean? Slorb gleeble gumble. Slorb human spells. I mean, it's pets, human, pets, people, and magic, I guess. They eat scumlets? I feel like we can't have another let's. Goobies? I mean, it's called Goobies, but is it... I mean, it's a proper game, right? Yeah, this is just like Vampire Survivor. I don't think this is as... This is not as abstract. Scubbles? Food scubbles. I like Scubbles. Hey, enjoy it, neat learning IT. Okay, so a gumble and a gumble. And then food scubbles. But then what about like a spell scroll? I could imagine that being like a and power up gobbles. Gumble gob. I don't know if Glorbs, Slorbs, and Gleeberts are less intelligent than Regis. Glumber of War. The Gumble Florble. It's gonna be such an unintelligible mess of a game. Every single object in the game, every single noun and verb is like nonsense. It's not like cast gumble. It's like, you know, you don't cast a spell. You don't cast a gumble. You gum a gumble. Like, what do you do with a gumble? You don't cast it. You the fact that players won't have a dictionary is gonna make it beautiful. Part of playing the game, you simply just gumble, since that's the verb, right? You just gumble. Like, but the thing is, I guess, you know, you don't spell. You cast a spell. You don't magic. You do magic. But I guess to gumble is to, yeah, okay. You gumble a gumble or whatever. You just gumble. Instead, bog humble vorble? What's a bog humble vorble? A bog humble vorble. The humble vorble? Vorble is the store. Food is the scubble vorble. So you go to the food store as well. Scubble vorble. You drink a drink, you gumble a gumble? Wait, to drink is to also gumble? Wait. Oh yeah, you drink a drink, you gumble a gumble. Okay, yeah, sorry. It was a comparison. For like buy or casting the gumble. The gumble gob. A gumble gob is a spell scroll. And in order to teach the spell scroll to your slorb, you have to read the spell scroll. Or you have to read the gumble gob out loud. And you read it to your slorb. So you go up to your slorb and you to buy is glep. Glep. But like, should there be a button to glep? You click it and you glep. To gleep is to sleep. Do you sleep? This is how Germans sound to me. I mean, this is like this is gonna be like the worst game design ever. Every single word in every single menu is just like an abstract button that you don't know what it is. Yeah, there should be a glep button. Yeah, there's no like buy, it's glep. And you click it, glep. And it's like, ching. We need something for no or cancel. Buy/accept is glep. Well, the button should have symbols too. Yeah, they should have symbols too. It's gonna be so good. I think so. I could make this on my off time. I should honestly start working on this when I have the time and free time. Could have a little slorb gleeble gumble sesh. I could put this up on Steam. $3. You know? Slorb Gleeble Gumble. Hello, Rushi. What's up? Yes. I don't know if like I feel like glep is like gay. I feel like there's more humor in glep. It's like what, you know, imagine you go into a menu and like, what's the glep button? Why is there a glep button? Yesterday YouTube comments were off. Well, they're on today. They're on today. Glep. Borp. I think borp and glep. Borp. That's a good no. Borp. That's giving no. Bleem. Bleem. Glep and Bleem. The type of game that will sell 5 million copies in a week and then nobody will play it anymore. Borp works. I feel like Borp has a bit more of a no to it. Borp. Glep. Borp. Wait, so we have the word for yes and no should be the same. In this language, there's no yes and there's no no. There's only yes. Borp sounds like a, yeah. And like when you click the button, it should make the sound. So it's like borp, borp, glap, 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 glap. So like you click it, instead of making a clicking sound, it makes a clicking sound and the sound of the button that you click. So you click glap, borp. Because it's all about the language, right? It's a game about language. And eventually you're going to become so attuned to the language that you start understanding, like, at first you get a scroll and it's all nonsense. Oh, wait. I just have a genius idea. We could make it all about language, right? Imagine this. The spells that you get, are written in a language made up of these words that have meaning, and then we can turn those meanings into like actions, right? So you can understand what a spell does before it does it based on the knowledge you have acquired about the language of the spells. So like you realize that like explosion in like Slorb language means to like glopple or something. Glopple is like Slorb. Or glopple is like explosion. And then I just have like procedurally generate these scrolls that have like different effects that can like stack onto each other, because that's like the roguelike elements and stuff. So you can have like, yeah, you can have heavy, light, fire, water, ice, power, heal, and you just stack these effects onto each other. And then generate, you know, like a little preview icon or whatever that's supposed to. It would work with procedural genning. Exactly, it would. And then we can make it so when you speak the spell is also a jumble mumble of different glorb or slorb or gleeble words. And then, you know, I do some sort of, I don't know if there's a way to easily pattern match, but you would pattern match and see if you're pronouncing it right. And then it's teaching it to the pet, and eventually the pet will say the spell out loud during battle. I think this is gonna work. This could work. And we could throw in some like handcrafted scrolls. So some are going to be like predefined, and then a bunch are going to be like randomly generated. So it's like some, you know, because I feel like that's part of like the roguelike. It's not just random content, because random content only goes so far. You need some like, you know, specific, this one's handcrafted. Breep for ice attack. Yeah, the Slorb is using your recorded voice. Exactly. So the idea is you teach the Slorbs spells, or you teach the Slorbs. The Slorbs get taught gumbles, right? And so the Gleebert, which is you, the human, speaks into your microphone. You get scrolls from the store, the glumble vorble. And then you teach the spell to your slorb. I mean, you teach the gumble to your slorb, and you do that by speaking into the microphone by the slorb. And then the slorb gets like a little light bulb, like, aha, I understand the spell now. And then it repeats the word like, bleeple gloop. And then poof, an explosion gets spawned in or whatever, you know? So it's using your voice to do the spells. But I could have a no voice mode as well, where it just uses like text to speech to speak the spells, so you don't have to use a microphone if you don't want to. But like the default mode is microphone. But it's like it just takes your voice and pitches it up. You know, or some slorbs, maybe the big fat ones, will like pitch it down, so Weeble Gloob. And then you have like a little countdown also. So you don't have infinite time to prepare your slorbs for battle, because there's like a little timer. So you're like, okay, shit, I have to read like what scrolls I have, and then I have to decide which slorbs should get this spell, because like they synergize. No voice is good too if the speech to text messes up. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. Like if that messes up, there has to be like a button to like just use text to speech. But it could be like a little mini game instead. So instead of like speaking it in, you have to like press buttons on beat or something, you know, like a little quick time event. Okay. So you have slorbs, right? And they have different levels, so they can like ascend in slorbhood or whatever. And like higher level slorbs can use higher level spells. So sometimes you find like a spell that's, or a gumble that's too high level for your slorb, and so your slorb can't use that gumble. And that's also something. I think maybe there's a chance that a gumble can like backfire, maybe. So like if a low level slorb has a high level spell, then maybe it can cast it, but maybe it backfires and just explodes and kills it, you know? Sort of like in Pokemon, how you can teach what is it, when you trade a Pokemon first from another trainer, they're like disobedient or whatever. And maybe slorbs will also like misbehave. So like sometimes slorbs will not behave. They'll disobey, you know, and they'll become unruly, and then you have to like whip them, you know. That could be something. I don't know. Unruly slorbs. They're misbehaving. I think, you know, we have a little. You might also want to have a player level. If your slorb is higher level than you, it won't listen. Hey, my slorb misbehaving, so I'm cutting off parts. I think, you know, we have a solid concept here. I could probably whip up something quite quick when I get an off day. I want to sit down and give this some proper prototyping. Because if I can get like the slorb battles and the spell speaking thing working, you could have this game up in no time. And then, I mean, because the level of quality that people expect in terms of graphics for these kinds of games is not very high. You just give it a unique art style, and it's generally quite good. And then you have like freaking wacky ass, you know, viral marketing campaign on TikTok where you talk about slorb gleeble gumble. You know? Hey, Soup. What do you think about this? We have the slorb gleeble gumble, where basically you have humans, which Humans are gleeberts, pets are slorbs, baby pets are slorblets. A spell is a gumble, but to cast a spell is to gumble. Food are scubbles, spell scrolls are gumble gobs, spell stores are gumble vlorbles, food stores are scubble vlorbles. Buy is to glep, accept, cancel is to no borp. And basically, the concept of the game is you have slorbs. You're a gleebert, and you own a bunch of slorbs. Or you start with no slorbs, but then you can get slorbs, and then you have to teach gumbles to slorbs. And you can buy gumbles at the Gumble Gob. Or you can gob for gumbles at the Gumble Gob. And then you have to so you get like scrolls with, or you get like these Gumble Gobs. I mean, you Lorble for the Gumble Gobs, and then you can read the scroll to your Slorb, and the Slorb will learn the Gumble, and then the Slorb will try to recite the Gumble when it's learned it. So you're like, maybe you get a Gumble that says like, Ice Ray or whatever, or Ice Ray, but in Gumble language. And you recite the Gumble to the Slorb, and then and then you're like, Ice Ray, and then the Slorb repeats, Ice Ray, because it's like using your microphone, right? And then it casts the Ice Ray, and then you send the Slorb in, because every night there's like a battle at the local Slorb arena, and you send off the Slorb to the arena, and then they all cast Gumbles at each other, and may the best Slorb win, and then you get money that you can bet. There's a little betting element as well. Maybe you can go bet on, like, maybe there's like random Slorb battles as well that you can just go and watch Slorbs fight off, casting Gumbles at each other. You can just bet on them. What should money be called? Ooh, that's important. What should money be called? What's money? Crumbs? Crumbs. The problem is that Crumbs has like an actual skleeb. Schleeb. Dollars. Yeah. Everything else is like super weird, and then you have dollars. Scubbles. Oh yeah, Scubbles and Schleeb. Scubbles. Food is scubble. Plural scubbles. One scubble, many scubble. Yeah, I think that. One scubble, many scubble. I'm gonna feed you scubble. Yeah. What could it be? Dolars. Dolars. That's like reminiscent. Have you been to SpongeBob's Bikini Bottom? Skillings? It's like shillings. I like crumbs. Do we like crumbs? I kind of like crumbs, I guess. It just makes me think of bread. Like breadcrumbs, literal breadcrumbs. But we need to have like what's important is I get some voice acting talent who can act out an intro where like thousands of years ago, back in the age of the Slorbs. And there's like dramatic music. And then comes the main menu and it's like you know? We have like a big ass lore drop when you open up the game. Get the guy from Mesopotamia Simulator. Yeah, I think we need him to do the lore drop. I think we're onto something here. So yeah, I mean, randomly generated slorbs, randomly generated spells, a bunch of particle effects, like squishy sounds when you click the buttons, and like particle effects, like so it makes like that sound when you click the buttons, and it's like when you click the glep button, it makes like a sound like that, and there's particles, and then it says glep, 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 and then you click the borp button, it's like, and it says borp. So they make like the sounds, the buttons you press. I think that's gonna be a hit. I think this is what gaming needs. Slorb Gleeble Gumble. But it's like also because all the media announcements surrounding this game can just be done in slorb terms. Can't wait. Yeah. If it gets even slightly popular, it will become a hit because it's so funny to see a streamer or friend play Slorb Gleeble Gumble. I mean, imagine you're on Steam and it pops up bottom right corner, blah blah is playing Slorb Gleeble Gumble. Like that alone. But then like yeah, the permadeath aspect and like the naming of your slorbs. It doesn't sound remotely real, no. I think like naming of the slorbs, and they have like cute sleeping animations and stuff, so you become really attached to them. You know, they go sleep in their pens or whatever. But it would take place in like a little small medieval style village, I imagine. What's that like AI what's that one? This one. Nah, it's not gonna look like that. The slorps have to be cute and very simple at the same. Yeah, I imagine they have to be very cute. They have to be cute. Then they're gonna get and I think like some of them are gonna, you know, because you can teach them a spell that is basically like kill yourself, basically. So you know they say like Slorb Gleeble and they just explode in like bunch of guts flying everywhere, blood. And you had no idea that was gonna happen. You just taught them a spell. You know? And they just brutally commit suicide on the middle of the fighting field. I think that could work. It's gonna be a hit. It's gonna be a hit. Interesting. Yeah. When you work in the pizzeria career, should you start as a pizza delivery service or do you start as a pizza baker? Or are those two separate jobs? To me, it would be kind of reasonable that you start as a delivery, but then again, do you need a car to become a pizza baker? That's kind of lame. I imagine it would be like top-down perspective, like wobble dogs. Wobble dogs. Why have I heard about wobble dogs? All right, wobble dogs. They're rapidly mutating dogs. But this one is like a pet simulator more, right? It's not really Okay, yeah, you do have like the guts and shit. But I guess it's all about what kind of wobble dogs you're getting here. Company car or motorbike for... Yeah, start being the farmer. You're farming the freaking wheat for the pizza. I guess if they have a company car, but the problem is I guess we would have to say that specific jobs are occupied or something. I mean, I'm thinking though, like, if you start out as a pizza baker, like if that's the bottom of the rungs, right? You make the pizzas, but then you can deliver the pizzas as a promotion. Maybe this is just a dead-end job where you can do either or. You can just be like a pizza baker or a pizza delivery driver. Maybe like, because it doesn't feel like a natural continuation to go from like, hey kid, you've been delivering pizzas now you get to be in the back and make the pizzas. Because like getting a driver's license in this game is supposed to be a bit of a big thing. Branching career paths? Ooh. Like, this doesn't feel like a career to me. I don't know. Gamble for one. I think that's, you know, because I want jobs to feel like there's a career to them. I mean, we could have it. Make the controls inverted. But like waiting tables could be a thing. But that would be like a... Maybe you just can't work at the pizzeria until you have your driver's license. Or maybe it should just be a separate thing. Or you could be a pizza baker and then optionally ask you, okay, wait, I got an idea. You can, as you level up as a pizza baker, you can get optional, like sometimes it shows up here, whatever, like on the orders list. It can show up, an order can show up as being a phone or delivery order. And if you're high enough rank, pizza maker, you can choose to be the guy to drive it out for a little pay bonus, right? And that's just to provide a little variety. So like you start out as a pizza baker. That's all you do. You just bake pizzas. And then when you rank up, you can also start taking orders. And then the last rank, you can do all three. You can take orders, you can make pizzas, and you can deliver them. Red Dead Redemption 2 online jobs? Yeah, it's slightly similar to that. Probably, I guess the difference might be that I'm trying to have a little bit more of a career path in them. But does that make sense? So like in the first step, you would be only baker plus waiter, and then baker plus waiter plus delivery driver. So you can do all three. You basically unlock more capabilities within the establishment. The waiter, sorry. I don't know. It's an idea. I don't know. Does it make sense? Yeah, this part, yes, I have done solo, but I do have a coworker. He's also working on my other game. Hitman? Yeah, I do want to have a Hitman job. So we'd have the pizza, we'd have the baker and driver, or no, baker and waiter. Baker and driver. And this one would have the requirement of a driver's license as promotion. I created all the assets myself. This part of the game, I've probably put like a few months into now. But this is just a testing level. It's not the final level. I'm just working on all the systems in here. So, I guess we can call it Pizzeria Employee 1, 2, and 3. So it's like ranked. Essentially. Like that's, we don't have to go into the nitty-gritty. But Darko GH, I have a pitch for you. Since you just arrived, I have a pitch. I'm thinking about making a game. I'm going to make a game. It's called Slorb Gleeble Gumble. And the pitch for the game is that basically all of the words in the game are replaced by these nonsense words. So like the word for humans is gleeberts, pets are called slorbs, spells are called gumbles, food is scubble, money is crumbs, spell scrolls are gumble gobs, spell stores are gumble vlorbles, and so on and so forth. And the idea is you are a gleebert, right? And you are training slorbs. Better to explain with normal words. Okay, yeah. So you're a gleebert, a human, and you are basically training pets, aka slorbs, to cast spells, aka gumbles. Because every night there's a fight at the local arena Because you used to be a wizard, right? You used to be a wizard. You could cast spells, but now you've lost the ability, and you're training slorbs to do it. And the slorbs fight at the local arena by casting their own gumbles, their own spells. And in order to teach them the spells, you have to like speak them into your microphone. And all the spells are like randomly generated, but they make sense, but they're just using these like weird obscured words to explain their abilities. And it's like a roguelike, so you can buy like new spells at the store by spending your earnings from the arena where your slorbs are fighting. And so you might go, maybe you go like you get a scroll and it says Gleeble Gloob, like that's the spell Gleeble Gloob, and you're like, I have no idea what Gleeble Gloob means, but I have to teach my slorb something. So you go up to your slorb and you hold up the scroll, and then into your mic you speak Gleeble Gloob. And then there's like a little light bulb above the slorb as he like understands. He's learned the spell, right? And now, when your slorb goes into the arena, they can cast Gleeble Gloob in the arena. And your slorb, because you used your microphone, is now going to repeat what you said earlier. So it's going to be like, Gleeble Gloob! And then it casts the spell, and out comes like a bolt of fire, and it flies across the arena and burns up and toasts all the other slorbs. And you win the fight. And then another day comes and another spell. And you're building up this team of slorbs. And then if they die, there's permadeath. So every slorb is precious. The spells are randomly generated, but you can buy them from a roguelike store. Yeah, so the spells are essentially randomly generated and tiered. And so they have different abilities, right? So like, ice, fire, wind, maybe explosion. And those abilities can be like tiered in like intensity, and then maybe like some are like area of effect, some are directed, some are like projectiles. And like I could just combine all these elemental abilities and then transform them into like scrolls, and then those scrolls can be taught to the slorbs. And then you go up against like random other slorbs in the arena, and you try to make the best synergized slorb team possible. Making sense? So you buy scrolls from a scroll store and teach those scrolls to your slorbs, who can grow and evolve as well. So they become stronger after battle. And it's also like a balancing it's a balancing act between like feeding your slorbs so they can grow stronger, but also teaching them new spells so they can, have new abilities. But also like a weak slorb is not, a weak slorb is going to cast a weak spell poorly, but a strong slorb will cast even weaker spells well, so they scale with them. But then also you can teach even stronger and more powerful spells to stronger slorbs, but weak slorbs can learn powerful spells, but there's a risk element. So like a weak slorb casting a powerful spell might backfire, and maybe it like explodes itself, guts fly everywhere, blood spraying, and you're like, no, my slorb, he died, he cast the spell that he shouldn't have. But had he cast it right, he would have killed every other slorb in the arena, and it's like slorb chaos. And they're all repeating your sounds, right? So you're hearing all these slorbs screaming at each other with your voice, but like pitched up or down, You would play this game? Okay, I'm onto something. And then the name would be Slorb Gleeble Gumble. I'm thinking about, just spending like a month making this, trying to get a quick game out there. Wasn't this Penguin GTA? Why are we talking about roguelike spells? We're talking about roguelike spells because I just want to get like a quick game out, because like Penguin GTA is so ambitious. I wouldn't mind getting like a quick one out there. A little Slorb Gleeble Gumble. Pets people spells. Yeah. Slorb Gleeble Gumble. Because Gumble is a spell, and Slorb is a pet, and then Gleeble is a person. Or I guess a glebe. A Gleebert. Gleebert. Gleeble. Gleebert, plural, Gleeble. So that's the idea anyway. That's the idea. I think it's going to be a sleeper hit for sure. Or maybe a breakout hit even. Wait, did someone make something in fan art? The ghost. Soup. Wait, there's penguin bones. You have good ideas. I think the gameplay can get a lot of exposure and content makers to do short videos about the game, but I think the naming is a bit difficult to be that catchy. I understand it should be Mimi, and that is a good idea, but maybe something more catchy. Well, the idea is that the name in and of itself is like a marketing phenomenon, right? And it plays into the concept of the game, which is everything in the game does not have, like, every noun and verb is like its own word, right? It's you step into this world of like confusing words and things. You don't know what anything does. But as you play longer, you understand more what things are. So you're like, oh, Slorbs are like the things. And then, oh, the Gleebles are like the people, and the Gumbles are the spells. So it like the name of the game describes what's going on. It's pets, people, and spells, you know? That's like what it's all about, because the pets are controlled by the people, and the pets are casting the spells. And I think like anything else would go against what the game is, which is a confusing mess of nouns and verbs switched out. So I think like the act of not being catchy is what makes it catchy, because it makes you stop and be like, huh? Because if I called it like spells or something like that, like, yeah, that is what it is. Or like pet spell arena. Like that is descriptive. And I suppose catchy. Pet spell arena, you know, that's a good name, but it doesn't speak to the energy of the game, I feel. And it's also like, imagine a YouTube video shows up playing Slorb, Gleeble, Gumble. You're like, what is this? I think that's because it's the same thing. You know, my game, Penguin Heist, it's actually called the greatest Penguin Heist of all time. I always get the same question is, why is it called the greatest Penguin Heist of all time and not Penguin Heist? And the reason is because you just asked that question. That's why it's called that. Because the fact that you asked the question means that you've already put interest into the game itself. Like spending mental energy on anything, you know, it's sort of like any publicity is good publicity, right? And that goes for like, you know, making someone ask what is good, but making them ask what and feel intrigued, that's better. And I feel like the name Slorb Gleeble Gumble is like is one of those names that's going to make people be like what, but also be like intrigued, because that's like, it's not just one nonsense word, because I think that's like, if it's one nonsense word, it's like, okay, yeah, whatever. I've seen so many games with like one nonsense word, like, you know, there are so many people trying to come up with like names for companies, and it's like, you know, they could call their company Global or whatever, but it's like seeing the company name Global, it's like, okay, whatever. I don't, that's just the name for a company. But you have Slorb Gleeble Gumble, and now it's like, wait, that's 3 words that I don't understand. And the rule of threes says that 3 words or 3 phrases or anything coming in threes makes a much stronger point than anything coming in ones and twos or even fours, right? Okay, anyway. I want to start working on this after I'm done streaming, I think. I'm just going to sit down and try to knock out some prototype shit. See if I can get anything going. Pizzeria. So you would get employed. Right, because you start in the kitchen. I need to have like all the pizza stuff. Yeah, I mean the rules of 3 is, it's common in like in writing and speeches and anything. But it's essentially, yeah, like here you can see adding more impact. So the haunted house was dark, cold, and mysterious. And that's to add impact, but then you can also be more persuasive. Come to my amazing animal birthday party. See the real life animals, stroke some adorable pets, and ride on a donkey. It's always the rule of threes. For some reason, sticks more with people. And you'll notice if you listen to like speeches by people, how often examples come in pairs of 3. Because there is this ability to emphasize the last one and really just hammer in whatever point it is you're trying to make. I need to find the pizza colliders. Gordeless, big, round, and chunky. Exactly. And like big, round, and chunky are all sort of saying the same thing in a way, but they're doing it with different variations. Nah, you're not interrupting my work. I'm interrupting my work. I don't want to put that blame on anyone writing in chat. But how do you feel about the idea of Slorb Gleeble Gumble Mega Digga? You were here for the whole presentation. Something you would play? Yes, no, maybe, perhaps, possibly. Something I would get my friends to buy. But should it be multiplayer or not? That's the real question. Should it be multiplayer? Is that worth spending time on? I guess I could add it later. It's not like that complex of a game. You could add multiplayer later. You just don't want to shoot yourself in the foot with this kind of stuff. I don't think it necessarily needs multiplayer. I don't think it needs it. You could add it later if it becomes a mega hit. But it would just complicate everything. Yeah, otherwise no sales. It has to be multiplayer. I mean, it's PvP, but like it's runs, right? You're playing through with your slorbs. Maybe you could trade slorbs, yeah, or like fight other people. You know, there could be like a PvP mode where you can bring your slorb team or whatever and go in a 1v1, you know, have your slorbs fight each other. It's friend swap, but it's not friend swap. That's the thing, it's not. You don't have to make it a roguelike, not gonna lie. Well, I mean, I think the randomized aspect is sort of the appeal, isn't it? It's not like roguelike. I mean, it's not runs per se. It's more like you have slorbs and slorbs die. The permadeath, I think. I like the aspect of permadeath and like the attachment you get to a slorb and having it, like watching it die, you know? I like the runs and the permadeath, but run-based gameplay seems unneeded. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it shouldn't. It doesn't have to be runs, but I feel like at least permadeath in the from the slorbs should be needed, right? I don't think when I say runs, I probably misspoke. I think it's I'm thinking more like the permadeath of the slorbs. Yeah, random and permadeath of slorps. That's the aspect that appeals to me. I don't really care about the run aspect. I don't know why I said runs. I don't. You'd go to like the slorb adoption center and you'd adopt new slorbs. But the thing is, the idea is good. It should be multiplayer. Being multiplayer will make it more funny. Will bring more exposure. Yeah, but you can't just say like by default multiplayer would make it better. You have to like there has to be a context for which the multiplayer enhances the gameplay experience, right? And for a competitive game, I don't think it's necessarily so true that multiplayer is a must. Right? Because it's not coming from the aspect of this game is only fun when you're playing it with friends. Like the only way I can see multiplayer tying into it. Okay, there are two ways I can see it being multiplayer. One is that you're both training your slorbs. You're playing on a team. You're both training your slorbs at the same time. And they're both copying your separate voices. So you could have like a team combined voice slorbs, right? I can see that. The second way would be PvP. But like a game like Megabonk didn't need multiplayer to break through. Megabonk is like topping the charts. 0 multiplayer in that game, I assume. I don't think it doesn't have multiplayer, right? I'm not speaking out of my ass, right? Pretty sure that doesn't have any multiplayer. It feels weird to speak while you're playing solo. But the speaking isn't a mandatory part. It's an optional part. And that's like the whole... like you can have your slorbs and the slorbs can get taught spells. But they don't have to be spoken. I'm not gonna demand that. You could do like quick time events and they'll still speak them, but using like text to speech. But aren't there a bunch of people who play like these games on Discord call or whatever? Because if you make the actual gameplay fun enough, whether or not you speak it becomes irrelevant. But the speaking it becomes like a not a hook, but you know, a little funny side thing. Do you think, like, I don't know, I'm open to it. I mean, I make a lot of multiplayer games, but speaking the weird words, it is a good selling point, but it's also something that even in multiplayer, I could see people getting tired of. And like, oh my God, why do I have to speak it? Which makes me think that maybe it's a good idea to have it easily accessible as like you can just do a quick time event. And so you don't have to speak it. Because I feel like just because something is a selling point doesn't mean you have to commit to it all the way through and through. I don't know. Like, I feel like some games go a bit too hard in on their selling points and assume that's the only, like, a selling point shouldn't have to be the only reason someone's playing a game. Like, if the only fun part about the Slorb game is the fact that you speak the spells, it's probably not a very fun game to begin with. If that makes sense. So I feel like approaching it from the point of view of speaking spells is a silly, fun thing you can do, but it's not the only thing.
This is Fernando Miguel. He is really
Hey, thanks for the
good
follow,
at
dude.
dancing.
Darko has learned to dance.
Maybe you build it while you have multiplayer in mind without actually implementing it to prevent code debt in case you decide to add it. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But it's like it's not a super complex game. It feels like. I mean that the complexity would be the stacking of abilities, but synchronizing abilities, if I have a data-driven approach, shouldn't be terribly difficult. It's the synchronizing of the battle state that could be a bit of a hassle. But it would be really fun though. It would be really fun though to be with your friends, speaking out spells to your slorbs. I'm just so tired of making multiplayer games, dude. I'm just so tired of it. I keep making multiplayer game after multiplayer game after multiplayer game. And it's such a annoying thing to code. I know people love it, but it's so annoying. I don't know. Yeah, I feel like if I want to get it out, you know, I could reasonably transfer it to multiplayer if I'm just wondering if people are going to be hype enough about it. If it's not multiplayer, is it hype enough? Like Megabonk was super addicting. If I make it fast paced, I think that's the thing with Megabonk. It's like fast paced, isn't it? It has style, I gotta admit. A lot of juice. Very juiced up. Hmm. Yeah, I Vampire Survivor is also one of those, you know, but those are like, you know, addicting games. You just play them and you're just addicted. Monkey. Mirror never lies. It's funny, these were both taken with the same like 7019 level 0. Yeah, well, the replayability would be from the aspect of the randomness of the spells and wanting to like perfect the synergy between your slorbs. And knowing sort of what is the optimal combo of like growing your slorb and teaching them spells, what spells work, what words mean what. Because as you play through, you'll start to notice how specific words in the scrolls mean specific things. So you're like, aha, glebe means ice. Okay. And you start building up this like mental dictionary of like what things mean. Wait, is this missing a mesh renderer? Oh, weird. That's my idea of the replayability, but then you have to make it like very satisfying, the act of getting a new slorb, leveling them up, going to battle, like all of those elements have to be on point. Ball X Pit, I believe that will be a next hit. It's releasing today. Wait, Ball X Pit. You think this is going to be the next hit? I'm going to say hard doubt on that. That looks like the average bullet hell shooter. This is not going to be a hit. I can say that confidently. It's going to do well, but it's not going to be a hit. I can say that much instantly. Just looking at it, it's not. Bullet hells are just not it. People look at this and they think like Space Invaders and freaking Pong. Outdated, old. Trust me. Mega Bonk. Well, Mega Bonk. The difference between Mega Bonk and this game is that Mega Bonk is not comparable. It's a Vampire Survivor style, you know? Loads of enemies. Third person, which, you know, that alone is attractive. Lots of style, very over the top. I mean, and physics too. Like it has a lot more going for it compared to Ball X Pit. Like the whole skating thing is such like a stylish thing, and then like the actual movement. I haven't played it, but just looking at this, I can see why this is a big hit instantly. Compared to Ball X Pit. Not only that, Ball X Pit is a bad name. I don't think you should have. I'm convinced you shouldn't have X in your name. Let's get a little parking lot up in here. Well, maybe we could just do that. Oh, that's the road system. Wait, where is it? Oh. I played it when I saw the leveling style in Ball X Pit. I was like, maybe it's good. But when I saw that you have city building element that you need to gather material for to have upgrades, I felt I need to try that game. Oh yeah, the city building, I think that's also like outdated. The whole base building aspect, I don't think that's not a selling point. I feel like it's sort of like it's the kind of gameplay that comes from these people who look at themselves as like they look at themselves as game designers essentially. Where it's like more is more, and they think about game loop, and really what people want is like an ADHD fueled freaking gauntlet of an experience. That's sort of what's in right now. And the whole meticulous city building stuff, I just don't think I think that's a niche. It exists. There are people who want it, but if you're looking at like breakthrough hits, that's not really a thing. Everyone's trying to make like a deck builder. I think that's probably where it's coming from, like the whole deck builder, but like the deck builder thing was not, I don't think it was ever the deck builder aspect that grabbed onto people. Like collecting abilities. I think that's more what it is than the whole aspect of the deck builder. I don't know. I'm just a bit skeptical is all towards I think the problem is you can't really formalize game development. I think that's what a lot of these people like when I look like a game like Ball X Pit, it feels not corporate, but it feels like formalized game design. It's polished in a way that just doesn't speak to me. And this aspect here, building, like no, this is completely, this is the least interesting part of the this makes me not want to buy it. The power fantasy has become a strong thing in gaming, which is what Megabond taps into. Yeah, and it's the same thing with Vampire Survivors. I mean, it's a shitty game. Like if you're looking at it from the perspective of the design, like the art style is horrible, absolutely horrifying. But it did the power fantasy in a way that no other game previously had, at least no other mainstream game. And if people just didn't care that it was 2D and looked like shit because it just did it so well. It's the same thing, you know. If you look at like why Minecraft worked, it's not because of its art style necessarily. It's because it did something that no other game did, mainstream or otherwise, in a way that actually spoke to people. But it feels like I don't know. I look at these games and they just feel like derivative to me somehow. Like I just feel like they're trying to be what some other game already is. By just mishmashing a bunch of different features. I don't know, it just feels studied. I don't know why. It's just a gut feeling. It's not a there's also like one. Yeah, this one Australia did it. It's also I mean, I can see the niche, but I don't know. Like it's a tower defense, you're putting down dudes and like shooting them and it's like merging. This one's playing on the merge aspects. You're like merging units and stuff and they're going around on this roller thing, and then there's like in between levels you have like tower defense with a friggin' train. And it's like juice the heck. And it's like skill trees and merging, deck building. And it's I don't know, it just feels like they're just so in tune with what like the current trend in gaming is, and then just use that as like a thing they can tick off boxes with, like deck builder check, merging check, bunch of particle effects check, tower defense check, retro graphics check. And it makes me think, is the person who made this game even genuinely like, am I so out of it that I don't play those kinds of games, so maybe I'm the wrong person to speak on this, but is this like, you know, when people say I'm making my dream game, I just can't see them pointing to that game and saying like I'm making my dream game. It's what got me into Risk of Rain 2. Isn't that, yeah, that's 3D third person shooter? But that's also sort of like Power Trip, right? But it's more difficult, I'd assume. Not super easy. Infinitely powerful, yeah. I need to make my slorps infinitely powerful, dude. You were talking about games which have a lot of depth, but only for the sake of having depth. Yeah, I think that's maybe the feeling. It's they're you know I don't know, they just feel over designed somehow. It's like there's this concept in music of overproduced. Um, which if you're not into music, you might not be familiar with the concept, but an overproduced song is basically a song where, like a song to be good to most people needs to have this level of like finesse to it. Finesse in terms of not doing much, too many cooks situation. And it's like all these pieces together are good and appealing, but you're just throwing them around without any sort of internal thought about what the end goal is. And it's like, these people take this sort of more is more aspect, and then they think they have a tight gameplay loop, which sure, maybe they have, but I don't know, it's just too many systems and I just get tired of it. But I do like meandering gameplay. Like that's the sort of style I go for with like Penguin Heist and Penguin Springs. It's not a very tight gameplay loop. It's more like a vibe. Walking around levels and then the goofy, whatever. Like I wouldn't call myself a highbrow game developer by any sense of the word. I'm just speaking as a consumer at this point. Not as from a perspective of how I make my games. I wouldn't say I make any high art games. And like Penguin Ice for sure is a more is more kind of game. We do a lot of things. Games should be designed around a core gameplay loop and build off of that in many ways. Yeah, I mean, I think I don't know what, like, my favorite games have not been the games with a neatly describable gameplay loop. Outer Wilds, I mean, you can say that has a gameplay loop, which is like discover information, use information to discover more information until all information is exhausted. You could describe it like that, but it's not as neatly packaged into like a gameplay mechanic as all these other gameplay loops. And the same way, like games like Oblivion or Morrowind, walk around the world, discover quest or discover dungeon, kill monsters or enemies, and get to the end of the dungeon / quest, reap rewards. Like that is a gameplay loop, but it's also like it's not a neatly defined, compact gameplay loop. Like explore, do quest, kill, get reward. Like sure, but that is oversimplifying it by a lot. Because there's so much other stuff surrounding that you engage with. Same with like SimCity 4 is also a game I love. Outer Wilds is definitely a gameplay loop. It starts with explore plans for info to explore more. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like the gameplay loop is explore, discover info, use info to discover more info. If info does not let you discover more info, explore more. But it's like that. I wouldn't say that's a mechanically describe, like that doesn't mechanically describe what you're doing gameplay wise. I feel like there's so much more to it. Like it's, yes, there is a loop, but it's also, I don't know. I feel like it goes deeper than that, but maybe that's just overthinking it. I feel like maybe I'm just shitting on 2D games. Maybe that's it. Because I feel like when you're in 2D, the mechanics are laid bare. There's no sense of exploration. There's no sense of like discovery in the same way. But that's not true for all 2D games, but many of those like mechanics first focused games, it's like it's very much mechanics, and every interaction with the game is an interaction with the gameplay loop. I think maybe that's what I mean. Maybe that's because like when you explore in a game like Oblivion, you explore in a game like Outer Wilds, not every interaction is an interaction with the core loop. Like there's so much side stuff, and then I would argue that the same goes for Minecraft. Like not all of it is an interaction with the core gameplay loop, right? The core gameplay loop, if you're looking at Minecraft and looking at it from the perspective of like the end goal of the game, which is reach the Ender Dragon, very few things you're doing are actually reaching that end goal. But then you can say, well, like building and mining is the you know, gather resource so you can build shit is the gameplay loop of Minecraft. But there's a bunch of adjacent gameplay loops in Minecraft. Like there's a bunch of, there's not a singular one that is like the loop. I guess, yeah, I think that probably neatly packages my opinion, which is that when the only interaction with the game is via the gameplay loop, I generally am not super interested. If there's like this tight singular gameplay loop and the only interaction is with that loop, I'm like, I burn out quite quickly. It's like Balatro burnt out quite quickly. Vampire Survivors burnt out quite quickly. And I mean, I could probably go on with other game titles, but I just don't play those types of games because I just get tired of it. I just feel like there's not so much meat on the bones. I like games like Red Dead Redemption 2 because you can just exist in the world, absent of any sort of gameplay loop. Hey Godel, how is the stream so far? I'm good. I have a gameplay concept to pitch to you because we're gonna make a new game. I'm gonna start on this game today, actually. Called the game is called Slorb Gleeble Gumble. Okay. That's the game name, Slorb Gleeble Gumble. And the idea for the game is that you are a person who is a Slorb trainer who is proficient in the art of Gumble, and Gumble is magic, right, in the world of Slorb. And you want to teach your Slorbs Gumbles or magic spells so that they can go to the Slorb arena and fight with other Slorbs using their Gumbles, right? And if you win, you receive money that you can then spend on new Slorb spells, Gumbles, or like food for your Slorbs. If you feed them, they will grow and evolve and grow stronger. If you teach them spells, they will have new abilities to use. Now, when you teach them a Gumble, you have to first get the scroll, and then you have to read the Gumble into your microphone. So maybe you get a Gumble scroll, a Gumble gob, as it's called, and it says like Gleeble Gloob. That's like the spell. So you pick up the scroll and you walk up to your Slorb who's in its pen and you say Gleeble Gloob. You have to say it into your microphone, and then you say it enough times, and eventually the Slorb will understand, and a little light bulb will pop up above its head, and it's going to be Gleeble Gloob. It repeats back because we recorded your voice now, and then it casts the spell because it's learned to cast the Gumble. And then you send it off to the arena the same evening, and it casts the Gleeble Gloob spell in the arena, which happens to cast a fireball right out into the crowd of Slorbs on the other side of the arena. And then you win. Rinse, repeat. What do you think? What do you think? We have a dictionary here. The dictionary for the word of Slorb Gleeble Gumble. You have the humans, which are called Gleebert, plural Gleeble. Pets, which are called Slorbs. Baby pets, which are Slorblets. Spells, noun, which is Gumble, and the spell verb is also Gumble. Food is Scubble. Money is Crumbs. Spell scrolls are Gumble Gobs. Spell stores are Gumble Vlorble. Food store is the Scubble Vlorble. And then you can buy/accept with the glep button, and cancel/no by borp. What do we think? And the Slorbs are going to be like cute little creatures. They're going to look like Torchic. They're going to be something like this. A little bit like this. Little cute Slorbs. Any thoughts? Sound like a promising game idea? Imagine you catch your Slorb sleeping. Is Guff responsible for this idea? With no legs, yeah, no legs. I don't know. I had the idea actually, but Guffer helped. We're all sort of brainstorming this idea together here. I was thinking about, I want to make like a game that was like how do you say, low commitment. I came up with this spoken spell thing. I feel like a lot of these terms were shared. I don't know. I feel like it could be a hit. I mean, the idea of the interactivity with the pets is awesome, actually. Yeah. And then there's permadeath, right? So they can die, and you get to like name them. and they can, like, you know, because sometimes they cast the spell wrong, and they, like, you know, maybe they're, you know, you teach them a spell and it's like blow yourself up, but in like Slorb language, and you don't know what it means until they actually cast it on the battlefield, and then your Slorb casts its spell and it just blows up into blood and guts spilling across the battlefield, and you're like, no, Slorblet, why did you cast that spell? You killed yourself. But you hear your voice being yelled back, right? Because it's your voice that... But it's pitched up. Permadeath is a bit off. But that's why you know, you have to be careful with your Slorbs. You get new Slorbs. They're all like expendable, you know? I feel like the permadeath is the point, because otherwise you don't form an attachment with your Slorb if they just revive. There's a quick turnover rate for Slorbs, but that makes you pressure. That makes, like, the ones that do live become all the more precious to you, right? Like, when you get a strong and healthy Slorb that doesn't have Slorb cancer, you're like, man, I do not want you to die. And then you happen to teach it the spell that makes it self-immolate, and it sets itself on fire. Now it's running around the battlefield screaming in pain until eventually it falls and stoops to the ground with a last whimper. And then, you know, I feel like it's a bit lame to just lose it. Imagine but maybe it is lame to lose it, but how do you do it? How do you make it painful for a Slorb to die in battle? Maybe it drops a scroll or something that you can use to make another Slorb stronger. Yeah, we can workshop this. Wait, Mega just sent something in the Discord. Oh, this is age restricted. Verify age? What the fuck? I can't watch it. I think I might be age verified on my other... Yeah, here.
Jim! Call 911! I can't believe you committed suicide. I can't...
That would be awesome. That would me to my Slorb. Maybe you add some upgrade, like an equipment which you buy with some roguelike currency, which will protect from X number deaths. Protect from death. I mean, maybe there could be an element of dying, but also an element of fainting. So, like, sometimes a Slorb, most times a Slorb will faint and recover in hospital or something, or do they always die? Do they just die? Are they just hyper expendable? But with death, there should still be, like, you shouldn't feel like that's the ultimate setback. Like, maybe imagine you've hyper leveled a single Slorb, right? You've put all your stock into making this Slorb the best Slorb, and then he goes face to face with the suicide Slorb who blows themselves up right next to your slorb, and then you both die, and you're like, but this was a level 1 slorb, and my slorb was like level 10, and now he dies. What if you could give your slorb held items, like they're super and like totem undying? Yeah, I think maybe that makes sense. Like Megabonk got item, if you die, you pause time, regen full. Yeah, maybe there should be an item like that. You could give that. If there's a slorb that's super strong and you just don't want them to die, give them an item of not dying. But at the same time, if you want to gamble, you know, you can give them really powerful other items like double damage output or something, right? You can make them like a glass cannon type slorb where they get like hyper damage. But at the same time, if they die, they're dead, you know? Could be a thing. Could be a thing. Write this down. Wait. I'm going to make another Miro board. Slorb. Gleeble. Was it called Gleeble? Yeah, Slorb, Gleeble, Gumble. AKA pets, people, and spells. Okay, so permadeath always. Ah, shit. Except when use of item or ability. So you could have a slorb cast a gumble which protects them from death, you know? That could also be one. Where maybe the slorb, when it's faced with like, you know, when it's under 10% HP, it casts like a protection spell. But the thing is, if some freaking strong ass slorb comes up to them and hits them, you know, from 20 down to 0, they're just gonna die instantly. I'm getting a call from John Pork. 1 second, I'm gonna take this. All right. I'm gonna have to end the stream. So I'm gonna say thank you all for tuning in. I'm gonna try to tinker a bit with this Slorb Gleeble Gumble. We'll see where it takes us. Maybe I can have something to show tomorrow. We'll see. We're gonna have to end it here anyway. Sad as it is to say, those are that's the state. Show the dictionary for a screenshot. Yeah, take a Pictionary. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Back at it again tomorrow. You all have a great rest of your day. And with all that said, Slorb Gleeble Gumble.